Edit, edit. Is this the one that's going? Upcoming, upcoming. This should be going. 30 milliseconds. Huh. Edit. Edit. Let's see here. Video. Detail. Analytics. Analytics. Live. That's live. Okay, it should be going then? It should be. Never quite tell with this. Edit, edit, edit. Where is more? Yeah. Click that. Yes, yes, there we go. Alright. Alright. This should be good. Let's head back here. And is this is working. This is live. Okay. Alright. That should be going in order. Copy. Let's go over here. Actually, what I want to do is, so the audience is not left without something, let us put on some music, I guess.
At Aspen Dental, new patients with...
That's not music. This is music. Okay. Alright, hopefully that is audible. Now I will take the link from here and put it up on a few other things. To put it there, and to dish. No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Delete. Yeah. Copy that. Bring that here. Do this. Get rid of that. Alright, that should work. There we go. And bring it over to here. Hello everybody, if you can hear me. I don't want to keep you in silence here, so I will try to say things while I type. With how things... Oh, there we go. What? Oh, that's the music. Yeah, since we finished up Mega Man 03 the other day, I figured I may as well play some of the music from it. This is Curse of Vile, or Curse of Wile, who was the main villain behind the scenes of Mega Man 03. Alrighty, alrighty. I think I have everything just about in order, so we should be getting headed back over to the... Well, we should be making this larger so it actually fits on screen. This is the battle theme of Omega, which you got to hear briefly during the conflict in that game. So epic. But okay, let us get started. I'm going to lower the opacity, bring in the background. That's that. Hello, Daniel. How are you doing today? We are playing some of the rearranged tracks of Mega Man 03 in the background. We just got done listening to the main Omega battle theme there. Oh, and I guess this is the more suspenseful cutscene version of the track. Yeah, we're in the midst of Doko fighting the Claw here. Just obviously goes like that, misses, goes like that, misses, keeps going. And then he just keeps missing. It continues on like that for the top part of the page. I got the storage unit, mom's storage unit, closed out today, so there is absolutely no more going back and forth between that place and here. And then I stopped by the store to get a tiny bit of sushi. $5 sale today. And now I'm here. Spent yesterday drawing out this page. Now I'm editing it. What was that? I thought I heard something banging or something. Oh, this just continues on like this, I think. So let's head to the first level of the game and skip this ad. Actually, there's 2 ads because YouTube is a jerk. Get on. Alright, here we go. First level proper. Yeah, I always love hearing these tracks with, like, actual instruments to them and stuff. Instead of the Game Boy limitations, or Game Boy Advance limitations. They don't sound bad at all on the Game Boy Advance, but I do prefer these. Well, it was fun playing through Mega Man 03 again. It is probably my favorite game of the Zero series. Everything's all balanced out to being as fun as possible. Don't have to grind forever for to level up your weapons or level up the cyber elves. Don't have to do too much to get them leveled up. pretty much just go through the game as normal, and it gives you enough E-crystals in that game regularly that it kinda takes care of itself. My only issue is when I'm on YouTube listening to music here, if I'm streaming at the same time, it kinda lags up the editing program here. Yeah, Doko's just missing all his punches here. Anything happening with you today, Bowyer? It's just kind of a normal-ish day to me, I guess. Drawing. I did find out that, a version... When I was growing up, we watched Wallace and Gromit every so often, and I found out the version we had on our, recording on our VHS tape was actually the first version of the Wrong Trousers movie. Or not movie, but 30-minute film. And, apparently, I always noticed it had a different song for when Gromit opens the birthday card than in the DVD collection we got later. I found out yesterday that apparently that original version, I didn't know why when I was younger it had a different, music that played for that birthday card on the DVD version. But it's because of, licensing stuff, and apparently that original version, which I didn't know was what we had, is pretty rare now. So, we got an ad, and I don't like this. Skip it. Actually, Lord Justice, will... Oh, that has all the audio tracks on it. Okay, well, I'm not, sit through all those. So we're going to go back, and, let's see this. Exiled 1, Endless Fight, High Speed Lift, Hell's Gate's open. Hell's Gate open. That's always one of my favorites. Yeah, I think this is when you're going into Neo Arcadia, the second to last level. But yeah, the Wallace and Gromit, the Wrong Trousers, we had both versions of that apparently, and I didn't ever know that there was different versions of it. I thought it was just, oh, they changed it for this channel, the song that they're playing, but no, it's got a different soundtrack between the two the older version and the version everyone knows now. And it's interesting. I never noticed, besides the birthday card track, that the music was different. But I used to watch those two versions interchangeably because we had them both. And I only ever noticed the birthday one, but there's also, like, when Feathers McGraw is listening to his radio, like, and Gromit is getting annoyed all night long by it. The original song is How Much Is That Doggy in the Window? And, that's obviously there as sort of a jab at Gromit. And it's kinda sad that that had to get taken out, given, like, the implied emotional, like, side of that part of the story for Gromit's sake. I love this song so much. So upbeat and energetic and getting you into the ending of the game. That was pretty awesome to, like, find Phantom there the first time in that level when I was younger and stuff. Like, oh, the guy that died, he's back again. I can fight him again. Mega Man sometimes does some pretty cool bonus bosses. The, Mega Man 8's got, well, in the Saturn version, it has Woodman and Cutman as secret bosses you can find. And, yeah, they don't, the Saturn version was always the one to go with for Mega Man 8, which is a shame, because that is the ridiculously expensive version, because it's a lot rarer. But you do get the better experience. You get the secret bosses and the better music for Tengu Man. PlayStation 1 isn't nearly as good of music for his level. Yeah, the Capcom sort of felt like they had a thing going on with Sega back then. Because the Sega version of things would usually get, like, extra content and stuff, like, they had that for Mega Man 8, they had the special content for Resident Evil, although Resident Evil was supposed to have quite a bit more stuff on the Saturn, but, things did not end up going the way that Capcom initially planned there, so all of that stuff ended up just sort of being left as, the little bits of extra content that are in Resident Evil 1 on the Saturn, as opposed to the lead-in to 2 that they were going to be doing in Resident Evil or Biohazard Dash and stuff. Things that never ended up being. And then Code Veronica got made sort of as a apology for not being able to port Resident Evil 2 to the Saturn. Yeah, this is one song I used to listen to quite a bit. I draw to it all the time. It's a tune I have playing in my head sometimes when I think about a later adventure of Doko and his friends going through this big facility and stuff. Filling in the black spots. Takes up all my day. I love sushi. All I got was California roll today, but that's all that was really much of an option at the store. Figured since it was the final day that I would be down in that area regularly, because I always go down there when I do the storage unit, I may as well stop by and get some stuff from the store there. And with these speed lines and stuff, it's, you always gotta... When doing the blacks, it's a bit harder, because you have to, like, think of where to leave things white in the black area to make it look like there are lines inside of the black areas and stuff. Whereas on normal circumstances with a white object in a black and white comic, the lines would normally just go like that with black lines that would be just easy to swipe across. But unless you have white out, it isn't as easy to calculate. It's still pretty simple, but it's not as easy if you're like leaving room instead of drawing the lines. You'd need like white out to be able to draw white lines after you go over it in black. Although I'm not sure why that would be much of an issue here, since I can just switch it to the color white. But I'm talking about if you're doing it physically. I've been debating about whether or not I should Let's Play Mega Man 04. Feels like I kinda should, since I did the first 3 ones. I imagine in the next day or so, I will have the answer in the form of a game being played on stream, but we shall see. Let's get rid of this song. We've listened to it for far too long. Prismatic. Ah, here we go. Ah, shut up. No ads. There we go. Now this is a track that I'd listened to. I think I mentioned it briefly in the stream I was doing of Mega Man 03. Last year I was listening to this while making a little storyboard of one of my characters, Mechanica, back during the wars that destroy our society, and it's a little storyboard of her, like, coming across these human traffickers that are transporting people to be used by the observers in experiments and stuff. And it evolves into this sort of conflict of her stopping it while the observers come and overturn the highway and stuff. Just all pretty standard epic wartime stuff for my universe. This is the music from the stage of Devil Bat Shilt, or in the Japanese and European versions, Hellbat Shilt. Obviously, it's in America, they try to make it quote-unquote more kid-friendly in a series that is about complete death and destruction and all of everything on the verge of extinction already. But America always likes to dumb things down to try and present it as acceptable more for the more, I guess, sensitive people of the planet. I've always had issue with the standards in America. They feel like they are way too restricted, do not allow as much freedom, like, for what can be felt in terms of emotion when it comes to a series or a show or movie or anything. It's, like, where other countries, Europe, Japan, all that stuff, they will usually allow more of implications of death and stuff, whereas America just feels that that is too much for kids to handle for some reason, and will try and dance around the issue as best as possible. Like, I don't think, in Astro Boy 2003, I think when Tobio dies, which is what Astro Boy is based on, the boy that gets killed, his dad makes Astro based on him. In the American version, if I remember correctly, they more try to they don't really say what happened to him, I don't think. They do not at all show the scene of his body lying on the ground and his dad crying and stuff over it. It's, that kind of stuff gets on my nerves. It's like, you ruin the story by doing that stuff. You gotta have it all there. And kids will love to see that stuff. I would know, I was a kid. But all the parental groups and everything in the country, and how things have sort of evolved over the decades in the country have led to a wider acceptance or tolerance of them sort of dumbing down what is presented to the general audience. And it gets just kind of annoying. That's why I'm glad that with this, I can just do whatever I want, since it's my own comic. I don't have to adhere to anybody's standards but my own. Yeah. I know in France, Code Lyoko... Well, Code Lyoko was mostly allowed to show most of what was in the French version in America. But that's because they, like, rated it a higher age rating. Which I'm not sure why they don't do more often. It's just do the higher rating and you can show everything. I know it probably has to do with what they think will make money and what'll be marketable to a certain audience or whatever, but that should all be secondary in my eyes. What matters is getting the actual material correct to me. Although I know there are things that weren't showed on Code Lyoko in America. And why do we have an ad playing? That was the middle of the song. Do not do that. And then, of course, the gods of censorship were 4Kids during the early 2000s. Such a magical time that was. Kirby, he's here to stay. I've always wanted an anime of Mega Man Zero. It's always been such an awesome time looking at those commercials they would play. All hand-drawn animation. Yeah, I may have had sushi earlier, but I'm still hungry. For as costly as it can be, sushi does not fill you up too much. Sometimes I just cannot resist. I love a good calamari roll or unagi. Unagi, taco, tempura shrimp is amazing. And of course, salmon tuna rolls, the standard. I do like tamago though, but I usually get that on its own without rice. Just a nice slab of sweet egg that you take and dip into your soy sauce wasabi combination. Yeah, Hellbat was always one of the coolest looking of the Mega Man Zero bosses to me. He's like the iconic edgy bat character. Usually the bat characters in Mega Man come off as too derivative of like a Universal movie monster Dracula, but Hellbat was like a cool mechanical bat. It's just had things working so right with those angles and mechanical detail and everything. Ah. I should be getting another hard drive to work with in a few days here. A bigger hard drive. But it's meant to store, like, all the stuff I've been trying to archive. And get all of that stuff off of the 2 hard drives I have now. And just leave the stuff that I work on those hard drives. And then the big hard drive will just be for archival purposes. All the various videos that I saved, and all that stuff. We got another ad. Shut up. Okay. Well, if they're not gonna let me listen to that without interruption, should probably move on to a different one. Oh, this is always nice. Gotta love the snow levels. Down. Up and down. There we go. The snow levels in video games always have really nice, soothing music to me. And on top of that, it's a Mega Man snow level, so it's got a really awesome beat to it as well. I had a playlist on YouTube that was like ambient video game music, and I'm pretty sure this was on there. Yeah, if you look in the background of this scene here, you can see that damage from earlier in the tournament. It's a reoccurring set piece, kind of, where that is where the claw, when he fought Decker hit him, and he, like, slammed his claw down into the floor and, like, gridded himself to a stop there. And that that damage has just remained there the entire comic, so any of the matches that you see in the comic, it is there if you look in the background. Yeah, I was debating on whether or not to have it stick around for the final match, because the tournament announcer can replace the tiles with the press of a button on the arena floor, but I thought it would add a sense of permanency and feeling like things have progressed to have that damage remain there. And since we're in the final match, kinda too late to get rid of it now. This track is called Trail on Powdery Snow. It is the level that has the Dr. Robotnik-looking judge in it before he transforms. I think he's something Cactank. Gakala Cactank or something. They have weird names that I always forget part of the name of. Like, I remember, Cubit Foxtar, but I had thought that it was Flaming Foxtar if you watch the stream. Initially, I say the wrong thing. But other than that, I can never remember the full names of those bosses, because they're like so extravagant sounding and probably foreign words and stuff. I know CL is Sky, and all the Resistance members are named after birds in those games. This is such a good soundtrack. One of the best video game soundtracks of all time. Yeah, we got wait, this is... Oh, that's the beginning of the middle panels. I was supposed to do these first, but I guess it really doesn't matter as long as the panels get done. I just like to do them in order. This is, after the Claw is realizing that Doko is getting closer to him in his punches, the Claw decides to jump away from him, but Doko notices that and jumps at the same time, and launches himself up above the Claw to try and strike down at him. Yeah, of course I have both characters for this final match cloaked in black, making my job just probably about 1.5 times as long as normal. Coloring in all the blacks takes so long, but it is preferable to coloring them in physically and then going back over them on the computer, which is what I used to do, and I'm not sure why I did that. In retrospect, it seems completely unnecessary, and like it probably was a waste of just years of my life. Well, not the total amount of work was not a waste, because it was also making the comic pages, but that part of making them feels like a waste. Because I would waste so long, like, hand coloring everything in, only for it to be, like, completely meaningless, since the scanner reflects at parts and messes up the darkness of it. And then I would inevitably end up digitally coloring in the blacks, which would completely defeat the purpose of me physically doing it. But I guess if nothing else, it is a learning experience. And that's what making the comic always has been to me, is there's no, like, guide or anything that I've come across that, like, shows how to make a comic the way that I wanted to do it. So it's sort of stuff I've had to just figure out as I go. It's, yeah, just started doing it one day and never stopped. So it's just continuing along, and I learn little tricks and tips here and there as I go. That's one useful thing about looking at documentaries and streams of other creators and stuff, is sometimes you get insight into how they do their stuff, which you might be able to apply to your own work. Oh, how I miss Doug to Naples streams. And then documentaries are just a great way to see the history of a creator. I think a documentary, one of the ones I've seen the most, is the Jack Kirby documentary. He is such a legend. Come on, I need to get this leg thin enough. I don't want it to, like, be extremely thick or anything. And just keep going over along the edge there. I am going to get up to get a little snack. Just a sec, I'll be right back. There we go. Gakalacactank, that is the boss of this level. Just remembered it while I was in the freezer, which is kind of appropriate for the setting of the level that this music comes from. Gakalacactank. Assuming the cacta part is for cactus, given how he looks. And I got me a mint chocolate Kit Kat. Just one piece of it, though. Give me a break, give me a break. Break me off a piece of that Kit Kat bar. I can't remember the last time I heard that. I remember years ago they were talking about getting rid of that song, which made no sense to me because everyone knew it. It seemed kinda stupid. But since I don't really have TV anymore, I have not kept up to date on how Kit Kat commercials are. Not that that is something that I really prioritize. So yummy. Yeah, I know there are people that don't like mint, but it is one of my favorite flavors for a dessert. And if eating mint is like eating toothpaste, I guess I love toothpaste. I know I like the taste of, like, younger, like, kids' toothpaste, because I remember those being really yummy, and something that I would have to actively fight against trying to eat at times. But once you got adult toothpaste, it just got very not as good. Yeah, the things we talk about on stream. Oh, you can see the camera back here that's recording the match. I always like to try and put that into scenes in the background to show more stuff other than just the walls behind them and the tournament announcer. And now that I'm eating this mint Kit Kat, I'm wanting ice cream. Because the wafer inside of it is kinda like, makes me think of a cone, and mint ice cream is ice cream, so... yeah, I'm just kinda wanting ice cream now. Which is not something I am going to stop the stream to go out and buy and come back in an hour or so. Yeah. got a piece of hair in my mouth in that final bite. Thankfully, I grabbed it before it became too much of a problem. There is nothing worse than a loose strand of hair floating around your mouth that you cannot grab. Yeah, I've thought about that final fight against Omega at the end of my stream of Mega Man 03. When Mom called me on the phone there, I was thinking about if I ever make a video out of the Let's Plays I've been doing to, like, animate a sequence where it's, like, showing me actually picking up the phone in, like, Omega and Zero, their fight getting interrupted and them just looking at me as I talk to Mom. It seemed like a cute little idea. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, we have a tiny bit of speed lines here on the foot of the claw, but I didn't quite know how well that would turn out. I was questioning whether to even do the speed lines there, because it's like, it's just him lifting his feet into the air to jump. It's not like any extravagant, really speedy type of thing. But it's, I guess I'll leave them in for now at least. I can always edit things a bit more after the stream is over if I want to change it. Yeah, thankfully, with filling in along the edges of the blackening areas, don't have to be as precise along the edges, because when you raise the opacity back up, it's going to turn black, so kind of fixes itself there. Just gotta get the general black area taken care of. Yeah, let's see. Let's get a different track playing here. Yeah, it might be fitting to do the final Zero game. We might get to that later in the week or something, if I decide to do it. Get rid of this ad. This one's always been a pretty upbeat and energetic track. Normally with starting levels for Mega Man, the fire ones are one of my lesser liked ones, because it's always sort of just more volcanic and kind of just cave-like stuff a lot of times, but with this, It's actually quite a bit fun with the melting lids of the containers that are being dumped that you have to, like, run across and stuff. And of course, the 03 soundtrack helps out a lot. Well, what else can I say about the 03 soundtrack? It's like one of the best soundtracks. And then you get this piece this part is not even in the game, because it's like Game Boy Advance quality. Yeah, they have a few tracks on this album that have, like, extended parts to them that aren't in the actual game. And then you get the Mythos album, which does even more remixes that are, like, more metal rock. Sound pretty amazing. Although I do prefer some of these Telos tracks to some of the Mythos ones at times. I like both, but it depends on what mood I'm in that'll have me playing the, which version. Yeah, but with video game soundtracks like these, I tend to think of things for my comics and video game ideas and scenes from them that'll be playing while these tracks are playing. While Dakota Lavilka. Yeah, Dr. Weil, he is a character that is not quite done in the Zero games just yet. Everything was just kinda sorta leading up to his appearance, and he leaves a pretty lasting impact on the franchise. Now, this is what I would prefer is to have a way to put these tracks into the games, so you could actually listen to these good versions of the music while you play. Not sure how possible that would be, like, for outside of... Well, I'm sure it's possible with, like, emulation and ROM hacking and stuff, but... yeah, it'd be nice to have, like, an official version that would put these in. I'm sure they could do it with one of the collections and the advancements they've made in those since the Game Boy Advance. Well, just the claw, dodging Doko. Oh, and in the stream in Mega Man 03, there's a few things that are said in that game in Japanese, so the American audience would not really know what they say, but I guess the voice line that is spoken that is probably the most memorable is what Omega says before you fight his final form, which is how's he say it? Well, it doesn't matter how he says it. You can, like, watch the game, the stream I did for that, but what it translates to is, I am the Messiah, which is kind of the, Messiah of Destruction, which sort of is to reference Zero's true purpose originally. And, those Japanese voice lines will continue on into Zero 4. They're all throughout the series, but they become a lot more prominent in Zero 3. And I believe Mega Man ZX was Japanese only voice-wise. Obviously, they translate the text that you read, but I remember that ZX Advent finally got, like, English voice actors to do the overseas versions of that game. And I actually do not prefer that. It's better than, like, the Mega Man 8 X4 era dubbing, but it does not compare to the Japanese voice work to me. Talk. Edward, you need to switch this song here. Bottom bone, bada boom. What do I wanna play on here? Well, if this music would stop, I could think better. Oh. There's that banging again. I think that must be a truck out there. Yeah, we'll do this. Extend. Okay. And of course, an ad is going to play. Let's skip this. So, anything up with you guys right now in this moment of time? I would say what is up with me, but you can see what is up with me. And it's got some Axiom Verge music that I switched over to here. I hear people quite like the Into, or the new Spider-Verse movie. Yeah, Into the Spider-Verse, I think. Yeah, that and the Mario Bros movie and Transformers I'm just going, I think it's Rise of the Beast. I'm just going to call it Beast Wars because it's got the Beast War characters in it. Those seem to be the big movies right now. Now that I've switched over to the soundtrack, it is causing me to get a bit more laggy in the editing program here. Well, it seems like you are taking the day rather relaxed, Valier. Yeah, Axiom Verge kinda reminded me of some of the older indie games from the late 2000s. The soundtrack being these, sort of weird, ambient, pixelated sounding sound effects sort of lent itself to that, I think. Someday my body will get fixed. That is my hope. I actually have this video game hooked up to the TV currently. I don't have this video game hooked up because this isn't a video game. This is something interrupting our listening experience. There we go. I think the fastest I've beaten Axiom Verge is in like 2 or 3 hours. It was like me speeding through it after beating it the first time, because I knew that if you beat it like within a certain time frame, you would get a different ending. Actually doing it seemed a bit daunting, like to look at the time of and what you had to do to get there, but doing it in the process of doing it was a lot more smooth than I thought it would be. I'm never one to go for like A ranks or full completion or anything. I'm just there to experience the adventure and have a good time. Yeah, the completion stuff was always more my brother than me. Normally, there's not much point to completing a game, because the rewards usually don't have much meaning to me. It's the work you have to do to get them kinda means nothing, since by the point you fully complete a game, there's nothing really left to do in the game, except just wander around. Yeah, I have wanted to do what I had planned to do, like, years ago, when I came up with the idea of remaking the original comics of Dreamscape, is that, I would create a full side-scroller level for, Doko, and package that in somehow as a bonus for the people that bought the remakes of the Dreamscape comics. They'd be able to play through some of the comics as a game. But I don't have the know-how to do that, so it remains a dream. Well, this is, I think this is the final boss music of the game. Oh well, do not let that discourage you, Tractors. It's I feel like I hardly ever get much of anybody in the streams here, but I know I get more now than when I first started. It's something you sorta have to just keep doing, and over time, if you keep mentioning it and stuff to people, it will build up, and you'll probably get more people watching and stuff. It'll feel lonely at first, but yeah, you just gotta keep talking as if people are watching, and try to make a video out of it that stands alone. And just gotta keep up that air of, hello everybody, how are you doing? We are here today making this comic. And, just get into talking. I, like, just talk and talk here when, like, no one's here, so afterwards, sometimes I think people go back and look at the streams that I do. I know that some of the people that, look at the comic take a look at the streams, because I notice the view count go up after I put the comic pages up. I put links to the streams in the descriptions of all the comic pages. Talky talk 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 talk. Yeah, but do not let that discourage you, Tractors. As a creator, yeah, just gotta keep making stuff. Oh well, how to talk in the first place is, seeing how other people do it, and thinking along, trying to, put yourself in their shoes, imagine how they are while you're listening to them talk. It helps that you're, like, don't have people in front of you. It's, you think of yourself as being by yourself. And if there are words that pop up on the screen from people, they're just words. You're sort of in your own world. The words will react to you sometimes, but it won't be the same as long as you're not thinking of it as people that are talking to you, or that are in front of you. I can't even hear this music. It'll probably pick up as it goes. Yeah, there it goes. Yeah, I was never somebody that was super outspoken or anything. My family will tell you that I am a rather quiet person. I'm sure if they saw my streams, some of them would probably be surprised that I talk this much. Because normally I hardly talk at all. But since I'm making videos, it's somewhat necessary. I knew that was gonna happen. What part of this is... Okay. There it is. Yeah, I'm somebody that is, I have never been invited to a party, never really gone to an event or anything. People don't really notice me, I don't think, but on the internet, I am edward18, the guy that does all these drawings and videos and stuff, and this is sorta my world. So I know what it's like, not having much of a voice. But it's something that as long as you keep doing it on the internet, like I've been doing this for years now, depending on how you look at it, over a decade. So, it's something that builds the more that you do it. It's kind of hard at first to get used to, but as you do it and realize, oh, this is just me talking, you just sort of throw off those chains of being under a microscope of the public and just get to doing your own thing. Yeah, having people that watch you on the stream does help when it comes to what is being talked about. Or when nobody's here, like for, I think most of the start of this stream, I was just talking, like, oh, this track is from Mega Man. Oh, I guess, in this Mega Man game, this character was blah-de-blah. And then I would lead into, well, that is like in this game. And then this music is sorta like this. And then I would just go into a tangent about whatever. I remember I was talking about, like, the restrictions of how, somehow I got to talking about how restrictive it is in the, American children entertainment landscape and stuff. That was with nobody around, so it's like no one was there to even hear me. But with people going back over the streams potentially later on, they'll have stuff to listen to there. But really, it's just me working and rambling while I work, because it's like, yeah, I'm here, I'm doing this. what can I talk about? And then there are these times where I just get into humming along to the beat of the music. Like, that. And I know that is not good commentary, but that is sort of more of a lack of things that I am talking about where that arises. But if you have a stream that's going about a certain subject, and it's not just you working, you would probably have things to talk about either way there. Yeah, I just mostly went on at first about what my day was like, just getting back from the storage unit, which I finally closed out, so I never have to go back there again. Picked up some sushi on the way home, and just got to work here. This was always a pretty weird track in Axiom Verge, but it gives a really cool feel with the female warbly vocals in the background. Alright, there we go. Now, how are you doing today, Tractors? I, know that you were talking about doing streams today, but have you had a chance to do anything else? I've mostly just been moseying around since I got up, and now I'm here for everybody's entertainment. I have wanted to have a little edward18 on the side of the screen that talks while I say stuff, but I don't have the programs for that. I was trying to get something set up with a TuneTuber thing, but that ended up just destroying my streaming program, and I had to, like, reinstall it, so I'm kinda think I'm giving up on that venture a bit, at least for now. Yeah, there's a lot of things in Let's Plays and stuff that are done now that sorta go against what I think the initial standards for Let's Plays were back when it was primarily something awful that's going black and everything. That was, doing it. Uh-oh. Why is there an ad after every video these days? Here we go. There we go. Oh. Yeah, I think that I know I myself don't talk a lot outside of YouTube, but, well, not physically. Obviously on Discord and, like, chats and stuff I talk. But I myself don't talk that much in real life, I don't think. But my mom and her sister, like, can talk forever to, like, nothing if they want. And I think that might have some underlying latent potential for, like, talking in my regard. Yeah, just doing things back when I first started YouTube was like literally me in a basement with a little camera that I would record the television screen from and crouch over the camera to talk on. And, yeah, if you go back to my old videos, you can see how it was, and it's, nowhere... I don't think that the commentary is nearly as good as I can, like, talk now on YouTube. It's something you just gotta grow into over time. Sometimes I'm worrying that I'm talking too loud, and that people in the other parts of this building are going to get annoyed by me, but I haven't gotten any noise complaints yet, so I am free to, I guess, for now, do my impressions of characters for the Let's Plays, and talk like this for Dr. While, and all that stuff. Yeah, I've never been too terribly I've always been a nervous person when it comes to, like, performing at all. I will not perform, like, in front of people. But since I don't have eyes on me, it, comes a lot easier here. I'm not sure how good I can do for certain characters, but my brother used to like my Dr. Robotnik that I could do. Yeah, it's not something I would do in front of people, because it is rather embarrassing feeling to me. Like that My Little Pony episode where it deals with, Fluttershy being afraid of, like, people watching her, and it gets to that part where it goes, like, spins around her, and then the background is just all these eyes staring at her. That, I know exactly how that feels. It is so horrible. But thankfully, without people in front of me, I've been doing things a lot more effectively, I feel, on YouTube. So as long as I feel I'm not disturbing people, like in real life with my stuff that I do, it goes along well enough. Dr. Ivor Robotnik.
Teeth sensitivity is so common. It immediately
Turn off this stupid ad. That is not nearly as pronounced as the Robotnik that I could do. But I don't want to get eviction complaints, so I'm not going to do it as dynamically as I used to do. Yeah. I wish I could find Salami Dragon's dub of the OVA of Sonic, the Sonic OVA. It was ridiculous, but it is classic YouTube that I've not been able to find since it got taken down. Oh yeah, I talked about Wallace and Gromit, I think, while nobody was here. Actually, since we're on indie music, let's go to one of the catchier soundtracks of indie games. There we go. Now this is what I consider classic indie gaming. I remember so many people used to Let's Play this game back in the early 2010s. I think it was on the verge of when, like, modern Let's Playing was happening, but before, like, PewDiePie and Markiplier got into, like, full swing. This was back when you still had guys like, I think Rom Scout and Deceased Crab and Cloud8745 really doing it. I love this music. I could just play games like this for eternity. So much fun, just to even listen to. It's incredible what some people can make with such limited technology and instrument quality. Literally anything can be an instrument. You just have to get the beat down and get it going. You can make instrument, like, music out of tin cans and stuff if you want. Oh yeah, Ultra J-Man was another Let's Player from back in those days, I'm pretty sure. I always loved Cypheron48. He recently got his channel taken down because someone, like, I think hacked into it and messed it up and stuff. But he's got a new channel he's putting his old videos up on now. Yeah, we got the Claw here looking down at Doko, noticing that Doko's getting closer with his punches. Just making the entire background for this black, pops the character out over it. And for anyone watching here or in the future, the link to the Discord is in the description if you would ever want to stop by and chat with everybody that is on there and looks at my stuff. And I guess Patreon, the link to that is there too, for if anyone wants to support me. Yeah, this game is called VVB. I'm not sure if that's the way you're supposed to pronounce it, but that's the way it's written. It's just a bunch of V's. And it's what I would think of as like more of classic indie gaming, alongside things like Knit Story and stuff. Within a deep forest, all that stuff. Oh, hello, G-Star. How are you doing today? I am happy that you have been able to think up a new story. How does it go? Right now, we are listening to the soundtrack of an older game, or these days it would be an older game. It's VVB. That's 6 V's in a row, I think. That or 5 V's. I think it's 6, though. You know, Pizza Tower kind of makes me think of Burger Time when I think of it. Like, it's not similar at all gameplay-wise, but Burger Time is what I always thought of when I think of, like, food-based video games. And, what's his name? The main character of Burger Time? Peter Pepper, I think? Yeah, he always looked different depending on what part of the world you were in or what version of the game you were playing. I tried to come up with my own version that sort of combines the different styles, but it's hard to pin down what exactly he's supposed to look like. I usually like going with the American arcade cabinet art for him, though. Looks, very, very stereotypical chef Italianish, kind of. In a very stylized art style. Bow, bow. Yeah, I'd play this game on stream, but I never got far in it because it's a gravity puzzle-based game that has a lot of places you can mess up. Probably would not be the funnest to watch me fail at constantly. That and I don't have it on the current computer. Let's move on from that to this. Now, sometimes things like this make me think of, like, the old Toonami reviews that Tom would do of video games. Toonami always had that feel of a sorta grungy, indie type of operation going on. And this sorta sci-fi-esque elements to these themes also helps lend itself to that type of a environment, I think. Oh, now, is this alternate universe you're doing, G-Star, a mixture of various different properties, or is it just the Pepperman? I just had a speck of something floating through the air fly into my mouth. Oh, right. The background here, the sky, it's actually starting to become morning, and I'm happy about that because that means I don't have to go in and fill in this all as black here now. It saves up on time that it can be spent working on other parts of the page. Like, making another black background here for, behind Doko. Oh, okay, so you are doing the various different things combined together then, G-Star. Why am I yawning? Well, I'm probably yawning because I got up early today. My body was in one of its, oh, you are going to hurt today, spats, so I think it woke up from the natural pain that I feel. I do need to get to work again on the animation I was doing for a friend's birthday. That is, animation is not something you want to put off, because even if something is like short, it can still take forever to do, depending on how animated it is. You gotta draw out every single millisecond of movement. Although this one is mostly just the face changing, while another thing is moving, a smaller object. So it shouldn't be too bad, I'd imagine. But it's still not something to put off. Wow, wow. Yeah, one thing I wonder about sometimes is, it doesn't feel like people really, from my experience, look into the live section of channels on YouTube as much as the video section. So in, like, years to come, I'm not sure how many people would look into the streams that I do here. A lot of times it feels like streams are made for being just in the moment. Which is kinda sad, because it is a lot of content that probably gets glossed over by the general viewer. But there's also not as much of an assurance of as quality of content, since it's like not systematically put together off-screen. It's all seeing everything, all the mess-ups and all the intermissions and bouts of dead air and stuff. So it's not something that really is looked at, I don't think, as being all that viewable without the engagement side of the experience between the viewer and creator. That being said, I do want to get a number of these streams edited down and turned into videos in the video section of my channel at some point. Yeah, for the bits where people are like typing messages to me, I figured I would edit in the videos themselves the messages popping up along the sides of the screen. Bum, 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 bum. Well, you do seem like you got a interesting little start there, G-Star, for the way that is going to be set up with Pepperman. Now this part kind of makes me think of Ultimate Spider-Man, the game soundtrack. Not this part, the one that was playing. Just sort of that bumpy beat, that kind of thing going along. Oh, hello, Shadow. How are you doing? You are in time for a stream today. I hope everything's going alright with you. I assume you were probably at work or something. That or working on your little collaboration you've been doing. No video game today, but we do have a comic going. Oh, well, I hope everything's alright with you, Shadow. Oh, well, at least you are being lightheaded for a good cause. And that money does help out. Oh, well, you get to sit back and relax a bit, probably. It is nice to not have to go in and take a break from what you normally want to do. Oh, wow. And you're headed out of country. I have never been to Jamaica, but it always seems like a very chill place, which does not really work along with the temperature there, but yeah, at least you get all the Billy and Mandy Grimm you could want from the voice there. The only country I've been to other than North America is Canada. We are currently listening to the soundtrack of VVV, which is an older indie game. Early 2010s, maybe late 2000s. People like, it'd be around the time that, Ultra J-Man, Deceased Crab, all those Let's Players were active when this was being more of a focus for the Let's Play community. Rom Scout. Yeah, every country's got their, very varied problems and peaceful areas. Oh, wow. Yeah, we just been talking and talking here. We talked some about, the voice acting I was doing in Mega Man 03's stream. How to get more used to, doing videos and streaming, I guess. Kinda boiled down to, well, there's no one in front of me, so I don't have anything to be embarrassed about when I talk here. Ding, 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 ding. I can talk however I want. I got very into El Paizo and Dr. Weil, I think, in the voice acting department for the Let's Plays of the Mega Man Zero games. Only a human brain could ever understand this. Then there was just the monster noises I made for Omega, that. I am Dr. Wild. It's a fun time doing voices. Just not something I would do in front of people. Like, if you all were in front of me, I'm not sure how much I would really do that. But I'm not going to just sit there and, like, have the voices, the characters talking, and the audience not hearing what they say. It becomes more of a nuisance if the audience has to read everything on screen while listening to me. But yeah, we got Doko here, jumping into the air after the claw. He's been trying to hit him and missing this entire page. The claw decides to jump into the air to get away from him finally, and Doko jumps after him. He goes in to try and punch him as he goes downwards. And he lands, spins out of the way, and Doko slams his fist into the ground instead. Oh, voice acting is horribly embarrassing to me in front of people. But since I'm by myself here, it's fine. For girls, I just kinda put my voice a bit higher, like this. Since that's about the most I can do for a female voice. I used to do that to voice act Angel Amy, one of the characters of the first Diabolic Angel duo when me and my brother would play and stuff when we were little. And then King Shadow would talk a bit more elegantly like this. And by extension, that's kinda how Emperor Illuminator sounds as well. Is sort of that voice, but with a voice filter, with, like, since he has the helmet over his face. Yeah, my brother always said that I was pretty good at Robotnik. And, I did a tiny bit of Robotnik here on the stream earlier, just for like a couple of sentences, but it's not nearly as, like, emphasized as I used to do it, because if I did that, I'm sure people in other parts of the building would hear that. I'm not looking to get evicted or anything. Yeah, we've been having this go for quite a while, so let's move on to the next one. Yeah, but yeah, Tibby seems to quite enjoy the voice acting, though. Does not seem like she is destined to be shy away from the embarrassment one might feel from that kind of field. And I'm pretty sure the more that people become, when VTubers get into it, like, that just becomes more a second nature the more they do it. Yeah, this has, like, sort of a phone sound effect in the background of this track. Yeah, this world is, sometimes it feels like it's made for the extroverts. Well, at least you guys had fun then. That's quite a... Well, that's not too long of a recording session, considering, like, all the outtakes you probably have and everything. And then just the various tangents that she probably got off on into whatever would be an extension of the performance. I know I've chopped out entire hours of audio from my videos before. Like, not continuous hours, but, like, the total of what I've chopped out before. Yeah, Tibby does seem to have quite the personality. For me, voice acting's also been... I've never tried to do it, but I've always imagined it'd be a hurdle for me more than others, because I just have this standard Edward voice that I speak with every time, with the same cadence, every single thing that I say. But I can get into a bit of a range. It helps having this streaming program actually able to raise the audio to where you guys can hear me. On Windows Movie Maker, it always tries to keep my audio, like, as quiet as possible. It's one thing I didn't care for with the Zim video I put out, is that no matter what I did, it just kept having the audio be low. It still turned out higher than some of the other videos I did audio-wise. Which is just annoying. But at least I finally got the thing made. Then later this week, what I need to do after this, I need to focus on completing the birthday animation for that friend, and then tomorrow or the day after, I might play Mega Man Zero. I'm still Mega Man Zero 4. I'm still not sure exactly if I will play that game, but it feels like I should, kind of, just to finish the Zero games, since that is the final one, and I've played the 3 others. We are playing music off of YouTube right now. Normally I play it off of the files that I have on the computer itself, but I figured I'd mix things up a bit. After that person in the... I think it was Tractors here. They suggested I do the Gran Turismo, I think, soundtrack for the game, the PlayStation 1 one. Yeah, I just don't know. Don't want to risk going into ones that have lyrics in them, because I'm not, you can never be sure what is and isn't acceptable until YouTube blocks your video. Yeah, I just spent all day yesterday making this page, and then, if you'll notice, the words below the claw, Comet Strike there, which is what Doko's yelling, they are kind of different looking than the rest of the page here. And that is because I initially forgot to write the words. So this is what the page normally looks like without them. But I realized afterwards that, oh, he's supposed to be saying something. So I wrote it on another sheet of paper and scanned it in, chopped it out and pasted it over this. So once everything is back to the normal opacity, it'll just look like it's part of the page. I figure I'll probably put the version of it without the words on Patreon, just to have a version of it as that on its own for somebody to be able to see. Hell's Gate open mouth. Okay. Well, I played the Telos version of the track earlier. So let's see how that Mythos version I talked about sounds. This is Hell's Gate Open from Mega Man 03 on the Mythos album. Now with 10% more metal. And this is the version of this song I listen to the most, I think. I like the Telos version a lot, but the epicness of this version just goes with the track so well, especially considering it's like at the end of the game. Yeah, I think this is Sub-Arcadia, is where this plays, which is just under Arcadia in the Japanese version. Ow. Oh. Lowered the audio a bit for me. Yeah. Well, on vacation, Shadow, you might be able to get some more stuff done wirelessly. Yeah, that was just so cool coming across Phantom when I originally played Mega Man 03. And be able to fight his soul in cyberspace after you kill him in the first game. And they actually do have Phantom in the audio tracks of 03. Like, you can hear a part where he and X are talking to Leviathan and Fenfear. I think they're like trying to get them to go help Zero during the final fight of the game. Oh, well, seeing the rest of the family is always good, Shadow. Okay, so that's a leg. So we'll color this part black. Then there's shoes there. Bow down, 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 bow, get down, 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 down. So awesome. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I just woke up too early today is why I'm yawning, because I don't really feel tired. It's just the pains just woke me up early, and I got started early today. Oh, a remix of my favorite favorite Resident Evil music. That's not the music. Get the fuck off my screen. There we go. That's better. And this is something I want to animate parts of Resident Evil Code Veronica to someday. Best music soundtrack of the series, and this is arguably my favorite music of the series. Just sort of animate a summary of the entire game to this music. I'm going to at some point ask permission for if I can use this remix for it. Because it has a bit at the end that is, like, really awesome, where there's, like, sirens blaring and stuff. Yeah, I always thought of Resident Evil as more of a science fiction series than horror. Like, it has horror, but the science fiction elements feel like they're what are actually more important for what the series is about. This part would probably be where I'm animating Chris and Wesker getting involved in the story. It'd probably be years and years before I get to actually animating the thing with how I work and all the stuff I do, but it'd be something to look forward to for if I ever did it. And then this part here, where it does all the drum beats coming up, is where Alexia transforms and the sirens blare, and she'll be releasing her ants to go spread the infection across the world. Right here. It'd be interspliced with bits of Chris fighting her. It's just so awesome sounding with the, like, giant bulkhead door shutter alarms going off and stuff. That's how you always know when it's, like, something that's really dangerous you're getting towards the end of the game, is when those kind of sound effects are being used in a game. Do not use that kind of security for things that do not deserve it. And if it be like some centuries in the future, those sound effects may make people think more of some, like, ancient evil being unlocked that's been sealed away since our time period. Hell's Gate open. Let's see here. Bum, bum, bum. Oh, I know. Let's get this. In here. That's not music. That's an ad. Killer Requiem? What was that? Yeah. I'm always happy when I just have videos on the computer. I don't have to deal with commercials. Yeah, this is always, this is a tune that I always think of for a certain part of the, comics I do, which will be a later saga, but it'll be where Doko is having to, like, fight Queen Shriek later on in the series, is what I always play in my head when I listen to this music. Yeah, Queen Shriek is the queen of the sirens in my stuff. Story-wise, she comes from a time period like a few centuries before our time period. She was a normal person originally, but her boyfriend cheated on her, and she threw herself into the ocean. And because she loved the ocean so much, it transformed her into a siren. And she's just operated down in the ocean ever since, scornful of men. Yeah, she doesn't really help out much during the wars that almost destroy the planet. But she is still there, and having to contend with the observers when they start wiping everything out. And Akwashi in the tournament here is one of her troops. She serves Queen Shriek. And the Claw here might have some past history with Queen Shriek based on what he said to Akwashi earlier in the previous comic. Yeah, you just eventually get into a rhythm of just talking. Talking and talking and talking. Bow, bow, I love me a good Banjo-Kazooie. Still waiting on Banjo 3. Been waiting for that for decades now. Banjo-Kazooie was actually the first game that exposed me to the website GameFAQs. I remember back when Kazooie was out still, they had a link to GameFAQs on the Rareware website back then. And that's how I initially found GameFAQs. One of the games to never be, along with Half-Life 3. Oh, Banjo 3E, Half-Life 3. I guess that kinda goes together. I wish sushi filled you up more. Like, it was nice when I had it, but I am starting to feel the stomach getting hungry again. Down, down, bow, down, bow, bow, down, bow, bow. Okay, you shut up. Let's find something else. Oh, I did like this one last time. Bum, 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 bum. Final boss Sonic themes tend to usually work well with an Emperor Illuminator confrontation with Doko. I like Sonic Heroes. It's not the best, but I've always liked it. It's way too redundant, though, with having to go through it 4 times to get the true ending. And, like, Team Dark is just, like, hard mode. Team Chaotix is, like, weird mode. And Team Rose is easy mode. Just having to do all that is a bit much to get to an end of a game. Especially when it's just the same things over and over. And still the 3D Sonic game, though, that is, I felt matched the classic aesthetic the most. If I would have ended the Sonic series, though, I would have probably done it at Adventure 2. The story feels pretty nice and complete there that way. Bum, 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 bum. Ba-da-ba-bum. Take this down. Okay, that's his arm. That's what that is. Down, ba-da-ba-down. This machine. Don't know how long we've waited. As the Eggman's watching, we all dance in fire. Kinda messes up the lyrics there if you do the beat like that, but this was made without lyrics, so it's not really the priority with this version of the song. Oh, and it plays again. I am so happy that it's turning into morning in the background here, so I don't have to keep going over all of this in black. It takes a lot of time to do the black skies along with the black parts of the characters. Now, I'm sure that future Jesse, in like 30 years, will have figured out how to do all of this with like half the time that I do it here, but this Edward is still stuck in the old ways. Bum, 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 bum. Which, I just realized I said my real name on here, which I don't... Have I ever said my real name on a video? Well, either way, there it was. I am Jesse. Bum, bum, bum. Ba-dum, 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 bum. Ba-dum, 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 bum. Bow, bow, bow. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, don't worry, I said the name again, Shadow. Yep, I am not, it ain't Edward. That is just what I have always gone by on the internet. Ever since 2001. Although, just so you know, a very obscure fact that people that are not Jesse don't know, or tend to not know, is the IE Jessie is the female version of the name. It's short for Jessica. The JESSE version of the name is the guy version of the name. I have had so many people over the years use IE. Yeah, I'm just used to everyone calling me Edward, so I pretty much just say that by nature now on the internet. That was kinda just me not thinking about what I was calling myself, is why the Jesse thing popped up there. It's still yeah, Masasa knew my name. But that's because we've known each other for years. I know hers, she knows mine. Yeah, there's a few people that knew my real name. Not many, though, I don't think, on the internet. Yama. Why am I coloring in all this black? It's already colored black. Oh well. I got all that anyway. Yeah, I know Omega is the iconic robot character of the series now, but Gamma was always the best written one to me. All dancing fire, trapped in this machine. Don't know how long we've waited, as the Eggman's watching. All dancing fire.
We've had some
And now... No... Alright, we'll do some of this. Well, I do love some good iconoclasts. The guy that made Iconoclasts is, always makes, like, these amazing indie games. I think I first knew about them from Noitu Love 2. And even though she only gets, like, one scene in the game, this boss, Mother, is, made pretty hateable from that one scene. Isn't as much of an element of the story as the build-up would have had you think, but definitely, makes you not like her enough for the fight. Yeah, Iconoclasts is his most meaningful work, I think, story-wise, but he always makes great games either way. I love the amount of animation he put into it. This track works nice for a royal boss fight. I remember that you were able to tell what name the cat she had was because she creates a version of it to fight alongside her out of, like, debris and stuff in the battlefield. I love the theme for, like, the main theme music of Noi 2 Love 2. I use a lot of variations of it throughout that game. Part of me was kind of disappointed at what the reveal at the end of the Iconoclast was, but on the other hand, part of me was very amused by it. Just the revelation of all the death and destruction and everything has all been for this. And it's like, it's tragic and it's hilarious. It is one of my favorite games, I think. Yeah, for side-scrollers, for platformers, I appreciate more complex stories than when they try to cling to the old 8-bit, 16-bit type of... Well, even 16-bit was getting elaborate. Like, old, purposefully limited stories due to trying to evoke some sense of nostalgia for, like, the old garbage limitations that there were at the time. That's just kind of annoying to me, usually. Because a lot of those people making games back then would not limit themselves if they, like, had the option not to. It's just because of those limitations that they had to work with, those titles ended up being the way they were. So to see a side-scroller actually be good, look good, sound good, and, like, take its story, like, do the story with as much effort as the creator is trying to give is so amazing to see with things like Iconoclasts and stuff. Mega Man Zero gets into that quite a bit itself. It's just finally going with the type of quality that they probably would want to do in some of the older titles. The X games were getting there a bit, but even then, it's still pretty limiting feeling, either due to mandates by Capcom, or due to just them wanting to stick to the old formula. That does not, however, mean that I want every game to go back and be remade into an unrecognizable form, just to have, like, a more complex story going on. I want older games to just look better, because if you change things too much, then there's not much point in calling it that game anymore. But for games that are, like, new, I would expect more from the lessened limitations. And in that sense, I do not count the remakes as new. I count them as just sparkling up an old object. You want it to be faithful. Or, I want it to be faithful. That is the Edwardian philosophy on video games. Yeah, the only way that I would want a remake of Resident Evil 1 again, and I would debate about whether it even should be done, since it probably would not be enough like Resident Evil to warrant being called Resident Evil to me. But the only other version I'd want to see at this point is if they had Kenichi Iwao doing it again. Because he's the guy that did the story of the original game. And everything was sort of overseen under him to get it to where it was. So if he was the one doing it, his pure version with no limitations is the only way that I would be interested in seeing another version of the first Resident Evil. Otherwise, there's no reason to do it again, because the remake of it looks fine. And it helps to better connect the story of 1 to the rest of the series. But like I said, if it's Kenichi Iwao and his, like, full vision, I'm not sure how much it'd feel like Resident Evil. Because it obviously would, because it's still the same story. It's just going the full mile, which may entail doing things a bit too much to the point that you might not want to call it Resident Evil at that point, or Biohazard, as they call it there in Japan. Resident Evil was renamed Resident Evil in the West because there was a band called Biohazard, and they did not want to deal with the copyright stuff. Biohazard has always been so much more fitting of a title for the series. Resident Evil only really works for, like, the first game, whereas a Residence that has evil within it, it has evil residents. I guess you could count Raccoon City in its residents, but it's like, Resident Evil is just obviously does not work as well thematically as Biohazard does for the series. The song is getting very old. Let's switch it to another track. Bum, 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 bada, bada, bum, bum. Here we go. Arguably the best track of Sonic 4. The game that most people, forget about. Or as it was known in development, Project Needle Mouse. Yeah, I always thought that Sonic 4, if it took, like, the land it takes place on should be called North Island, since Sonic 1 takes place on South Island, Sonic 2 takes place on West Island, and then Sonic 3 and Knuckles take place on Angel Island, which is like... yeah, that frees up, like, east and north. And it's like, oh, well, then Sonic 4 could be on North Island. But apparently the new game they're making is taking place on the Northern Islands, so... that's kinda making that not possible now. Or less possible. You could still do North Island, but it's like, why do that if you have Northern Islands? These are first world problems we talk about here. Yeah, sometimes you wonder if you'll run out of things to talk about. But it's a big world out there, and you have lots of experiences. There's always something you can talk about. Now that I've said that, I'll probably trail off into not thinking of anything to say. Bow, bow, wow, 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 wow. So how about that weather? It sure is a cloudy day out there in Ohio. Bow, bow, wow, wow, wow. I was thinking about getting ice cream while I was down there near the storage unit today. Since it is the last time I'm gonna be at the storage unit. But it's close enough that I can just walk there if I really want. Everybody loves that ice cream place that's down there. A chocolate raspberry in a waffle cone, or sugar cone. I did sugar cone last time, because I've done waffle cones way too much. That was after I had a good sushi. There's a sushi place next to it, but you have to wait until 4 o'clock for it to open up. Unless it's a Sunday or maybe Saturday. I went on Saturday, so I could go earlier. I think they open at noon that day. Ba-dum, ba-dum. I am going to get up for a second, because I have run out of stuff to eat. So I will be back momentarily with more snacks. Don't worry, I'm almost back. Weird, but look. Okay. Okay. Fear not, King Edward of the Edwardian Discord server has returned. Okay, here we go. Sorry, my drawing glove that I have, I did not know where I set it down, so I had to look for it for a bit when I was coming back. But we have our snacks. I've got a bowl of very tiny frosted mini wheats, which I did not know but they made them this small. I didn't realize I got a baby version of an already bite-sized thing. But it makes it more manageable to eat, I guess. Ba-da-ba-da-bow. And the audience probably has their brains completely melted by this point with this music repeating. Let's switch it up. Bum, 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 bum. Da-da-da. I don't normally eat frosted mini wheats without milk, but it's doing the job, I guess. It helps that they're small, so it's not like these entire dry chunks just getting caught in my throat or anything. Bum. I'm pretty sure this song is safe from getting blocked. Either way, I'm playing it. But I want you to go down. You know, just to know the answer. You're in the fire. You know, have to know the answer. I guess I don't invite it enough, but if anyone is ever curious about things in the comics that I make, feel free to ask them here, ask the questions here. Damn. Bum 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 ba-dum ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum. Ba-da-bum ba-da-da-dum bum 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 ba-dum. It will go down. The answer. Yeah, when I was trying to put together the ending of the Dragon Ball review, I had it made up in my mind that Romantic Ageru Yo was going to be the theme that was in the ending of that review. But I didn't know if it would get blocked or not. So I was trying to combine a video game version of it with the anime version. And it ended up getting, like, noticed by YouTube anyway, but they didn't block it, so the video went through A-okay regardless. Not the answer. Know the answer. Better go down. Down. I have to know the answer. It is kinda sad that they're never going to be able to release the original version of the wrong trousers from Wallace and Gromit. At least not until, like, a century has passed, but I at least had a recording of it. Don't know where the tape is, but I know we had it. Darn copyright music.
You hear a lot of people talk about
These mini weights are kinda yummy. Now for everyone's favorite Mega Man Final Countdown spin-off. It's blatantly the final countdown at the start. Always kinda makes me think when the trumpets start up the beginning of the SpongeBob sequence where they're at the Super Bowl and Squidward's band starts performing. Best Squidward moment of the entire show, bar none. Him getting his complete victory at the end there. Ba 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 bow. Yeah, slide this along the back of the tongue. Just shave it off bit by bit until the black area is where you want it to be, pressed up against the edge of the line. Gotta just whittle away at it a bit. This is such intense music to be playing for such an exciting thing that I'm doing here. Ding, ba-da-ding, ding, ding. No, apparently the mini wheats were good enough that I've eaten all the ones that I brought with me. So now I'm out of food again. But at least, I enjoyed them while they were here. That's what matters. Bow, ba, din, do, 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 do. Ambayado. Bada bam bow. It is good to have music that you can play while you work, because with how long it takes to do this stuff, it is completely exhausting, and your mind just will die eventually if you don't have something to distract it while you're doing this seemingly endless chore. It is a bit beneficial to stream these at times, because it keeps you focused on actually working on them, not like getting distracted with what you can find on the internet and stuff. Final countdown. Just like they always sang about. It would be nice to have another Gravity Falls. Have them show what happens later in life, them returning the next summer or the years afterwards. Follow up on a potential Candy or Pacifica get in with Dipper type of thing. All the crazy adventures that still go on with the weirdness of that area. Or see what the stands were looking into with the heightened weirdness readings in other parts of the world. Down, bottom, bone, dun, dun, dun. Bow down, bottom, bone. Although I'm sure Disney probably is not looking for a continuation of a previous series all that much. They kinda just want to move on to the next show, it seems, always. give a show 3 seasons, and then get it out of here for the next one. Well, we're done with Gravity Falls. What should we do now? How about Star? Alright, we're done with Star Forces of Evil. What now? Amphibia. How about now? Owl House. Although Owl House and Amphibia were kinda going at the same time there. So Amphibia ended sooner. There was a bit of muckiness with the production of Owl House, from my understanding. And now they're on Molly McGee. Molly McGee, Kith, and that new show that's gonna be like, that girl whose journal is gonna save the future or something. That one doesn't look as well animated to me as previous shows in this era of Disney. But it is modern Disney, so how good or not it will be is still up to be determined. Usually their stuff is at least watchable. These days. Yeah, from what I've seen, Shadow, that show does not look all that great to me. Very, very cheap-feeling animation. And it feels like it's just kinda going through tropes that they're, like, ticking off of a checkboard from what they were showing, instead of feeling more like it's a real passion that's being put forth. It probably does have quite a bit in it, but it does not look as investing to me as other ones they've done. Now we're on to another Final Countdown. Let's get away from Final Countdown Light. Dark Moon Caverns. Oh.
Peggy 12.
I have not heard Peggy 12 in a long time. Problem with video games these days is every single one of them does not have this track in it. Bum ba bum 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 ba dum boom boom boom. Ba 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 boom boom boom. Da 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 ba da bum bum. Yeah, the way that you can tell which version of Wallace and Gromit you're watching, which version of the wrong trousers you're watching, is when Gromit opens his birthday card. If you listen to the music that's playing, and it's the easiest way to tell which version you're watching. I did not know there were different versions, I just thought that music that I heard differently in that scene was done for, like, the DVD release of it, like, just as a special thing. I didn't know it was due to copyright music that got changed there. Down, 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 boom. Ba-da-ba-bow. Da-da-da-down. Oh wow, so you have never seen the original version of Wrong Trousers. I didn't know this until a video I watched yesterday, Shadow, but, apparently it's rare, because they're not allowed to show the original version, that I have an early recording of it, where the soundtrack is different at parts, and they've changed the music, like, made it more royalty-free, but sometimes try to get it sounding a bit like the older tunes. But, in the original version of, The Wrong Trousers, at the birthday card scene, it plays, Happy Birthday to You, Happy Birthday to You, the standard birthday song. And in the version after that, which is like every version after like the initial release, it's He's a Jolly Good Fellow. They have a few other songs that were changed that I never noticed, because I used to watch the two different versions interchangeably, because we had the old recording on a VHS tape. But I never noticed anything besides the birthday song. But it's like when Feathers McGraw is playing his radio and just annoying Gromit throughout the entire night with it, it's playing, what is it? How much is that doggy in the window? That's the song it's playing. I don't think it has words in it, but that's the tune it's playing. Which is... And in the scene afterwards, when, like, Wallace walks past and Gromit's, like, outside the bathroom waiting, and he says, "Top of the morning to you," and Gromit glares at him. In the original version, Wallace is humming "How much is that dog in the window" after that night, and that's part of why Gromit glares at him. And it's kinda sad that had to get taken out, since that's like... Oh. Since that's like partly to do with Gromit, with the dog and everything. And there's a phone call here, but it was nothing, so... That stuttered my talking for a second. Yeah, that's that and a few other minor songs / music tracks were changed in the releases of the Wrong Trousers and Wallace and Gromit. I never knew I had, like, an older version that's, like, rare. But I had both versions, so... I grew up with both of them. Once I saw the video that pointed that out, I was like, oh my god, how did I never realize all those songs? I just thought the birthday card thing was, like, changed for the DVD for, like, a special edition type version or something. Down, 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 boom, down, boom, 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 down, boom, bottom, boom, boom, down. And I know I mentioned it to Dad once, that the tune being different between the versions. And he just thought it was kind of cool. But yeah, because of copyright, they had to change the song, and all of, like, to have all the songs, like, in the public domain, it will take like over a century after the Wrong Trousers, or no, after those songs were made. So it'd be like in the 2060s or something before they could like legally release the original version again, if they don't like pay the royalties to use the music, which they probably could at this point, but I'm not sure if that'll ever happen. I know some countries have allowed those tracks, though, to be in their versions of the film, because different countries have different copyright standards and all that. So that is a little look into the tiny bit of lost media that I found out about, or semi-lost media, because you can still find it, it's just quite a bit harder to get than the other version. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Zoom out. There we go. I'm on to the last bit of this comic page. Not the last bit, the last row of it. Highway ZX. Overloaded, overloaded. There we go. That's not what I want. It passed the ad. Come on, move along. There we go. Yeah. And then the claw here lands and is looking up at Doko as Doko's coming down to him. And spins out of the way. And then Doko slams his fist into where the claw had been standing. Breaks the tile. The tiles of the arena floor are easier to break than normal floor. It adds more to the dramatic effect to have the fighters being able to cause all sorts of debris. They're still quite a bit tough to break, but not as tough as like normal flooring would be. It still takes a bit of effort to be able to do that. It's still like stone and stuff, just slightly softer stone. It'll still hurt to like get hit in the face by it and all that. Yeah, just a bit more black to fill in here. I wish they had released a, like, proper Mega Man ZX art book. That was always kind of annoying. Because, like, even Mega Man Legends sort of got an art book. It's very rare, in Japanese only, but it's still something. Art books are always something I prioritize getting. Invader Zim, Steven Universe. I'd even probably pick up the Star Forces of Evil supplement book. I'm sure it has artwork in there that I'd want to see. I have all the Steven Universe ones except for the movie. Got Future in the normal series. Got Invader Zim. Got the 2012 version of the Ninja Turtles. Though I have a number of Ninja Turtle books. I have, like, the entire history of the Ninja Turtles in one book. And I supported Red Ash, which was Concepts Mega Man Legends type game that they were going to be working on. But since they never reached their goal, it never happened. And the perk that I had, which was the art book, never got released, so I'm not getting that. I got my money back, but that's not what I cared about. People can say what they want about Mighty Number 9, but Red Ash is what I was interested in. And I would want to get an art book of Mighty Number 9, because it's like an Inti Creates Keiji Inafune joint venture, so yeah, obviously I'd want the art of that. Or someday I'm gonna release the art book of my own stuff. Give all the details and concept arts and everything. Have the opening part be about how I first came up with the comic idea back in high school. How it ended up morphing into an extension of the adventures from our time period that I'd made up when I was younger. Maybe give a little guide for where everything falls in the timeline. Yeah. I remember hearing one of the guidebooks of Dragon Ball when it was like on the Namek section was, I think, counting every time that the heroes messed up on something was representative of an affair that Yamcha had had. And it's like, what the hell is that? It's practically embarrassing to read. I will have more quality than that in mine, I assure you. I want to say the arranged version of this song is on the CD album they came out with in Japan. If I remember right, you can hear like jet sounds and bombs being dropped in the background because of what's happening in the game at this part. Now it's a highway that's being bombed and stuff. It was so nice to do a page without word bubbles and stuff. It takes a bit of time to write all that stuff out for me. Probably wouldn't when I was younger, but how things are now, it takes a bit longer. Probably would not also have all these pauses that this time I'm intentionally putting in my speech to give the example of. If my mind were like how it used to be, I'd be able to think of the sentences faster. I don't think it's generally a noticeable problem for those watching the stuff, but it's something that I notice from time to time. Well, not time to time, all the time, but yeah, it's not something that's like, viewing-wise, I don't think it's a real problem or anything. Just kind of annoying from my end. Because I know that I used to be able to form things faster in my head. I think this has less to do with aging versus I'm pretty sure it's whatever infection or whatever that I have inside of me. Because I've had points where when the pains have increased, those types of effects are more amplified, it feels like. And when I have the rare instance of like feeling no pain, it's incredible, because I can like think and remember things like I always used to. But whenever the pains are like normal, it's like this, where it's just, oh, it's okay, I guess. But where they get bad, it's like, I'm back in this room for the third time, triple checking this thing to make sure I turned it off. That's when it gets annoying. So yeah, I'm pretty sure it's whatever infection or symptom or whatever it is that's inside my body is causing that kind of complication for the brain. Thankfully, all of these comics of mine, I got the entire story of the series in my head, and it's been there for like forever, so I don't forget this. This is safe for like creation-wise. But I am gonna be getting things written down at some point for scripts and stuff, and a general guide for how the series is to go. Well, I'm not sure how poor of a hand life has given me versus, but it'd probably ease up more if I could afford to go to the doctor. But I never got money, so I am making the most of it, I guess. Back when I did go to the doctor, they just always said, "Oh, we can't find anything. Here's some pills." And that's about all I ever got. Had all sorts of tests. Never could find anything, just thousands of dollars gone. Yeah, this is always a pretty nice kind of piano beat to go along with creating things. How are you doing today, Versus? Doing anything interesting this afternoon? Or afternoon for me? I don't know what time it is for you, but I assume afternoon. It is getting to 5:14 over here. It's always kinda hard for me to catch Mango when she's on. Because she's like opposite end of the planet, I think. Completely different time zone. Oh. Well, you make your own bedtime, Versus. In the end, time is what humans make of it. Oh no, Mango doesn't stream as far as I know. I just mean like whenever she like gets on at all anywhere. Just her time in general. I myself did not stream until last year. The end of last year. Which wasn't all that often, because the connection was absolute garbage. I'm sure Shadow and Bowyer remember that. And, but once Grandma passed away, the room out here, I moved the computer out here, and connected it directly to the internet. which has made it phenomenal connection-wise. No issues whatsoever. And now I want to change the song. Ah, there's Night Who Love too. Yeah, this is from the guy that made Iconoclasts. The first game I ever knew from him. This is the theme that I'm thinking of for this game. You hear it quite often throughout the first level. That's like the main theme of the game, is that little part there. Oh, when Grandma passed, it was odd. It wasn't the saddest thing ever. It was obviously sad, but not the saddest. It was more of just strange feeling, because she had been here for like, let's see, it was like back in 2004 or 3, I think she moved here. So yeah, it was getting along to 20 years by this point. And it's more just odd to not have her here after that long. But I was also kinda happy, because it was not nice to see her having to be in that state. That final day, it wasn't, that final day, she wasn't the worst ever until, like, she was getting progressively worse, but it was that final day that just got to that point of she was like, not really responding and stuff that much unless I like really forced a response out of her, and then she would like flicker her eyes open and look at me and be confused and in pain and stuff. Yeah, it was... Did not want her remaining like that. Yeah, she wasn't the nicest person, but she did care about me. And I do care about her, so... It is, out of everybody involved in the Aftermath stuff, I think I care about her the most out of all of them. So, there is attachment and stuff, but it isn't as bad as it could have been. But I did stay with her that whole final day, and the nurses, told me to, like, take a break so that I could eat and stuff. Yeah. But, yeah. Now, I was in that room pretty much the final day working on a comic page. It was, the page of the comic where the Hawker loses against the Claw and then runs out of the tournament. I remember that's the page I was working on. Yeah, I was pretty much the one taking care of everything here by the end. You get all sorts of people in any generation, some nice, some not as nice. Some genocidal maniacs that will kill the world. Thankfully, she was not one of those. Such a fun little tune there. Now, I will definitely mention Grandma in the autobiography I eventually do. I'll mention various people that I have experienced throughout my life. Not necessarily by name all the time, but people that will probably know who they are if they read it. Really, it's more just for me, because it's like autobiography. You do it as a record of yourself. Gives complete insight into the creator in question. Oh, well, I'm not sure which guys you are talking about, Versus. It's just something that I plan to eventually do once my stuff gets out there enough and people read/see my stuff. By the end of my life, I plan to make an autobiography so that I can document everything about me. Just for the sake of those that are interested in what I do. It obviously will probably be decades from now. But I do plan to do that at some point. Here's a great remix I always like of Sonic 4 music. Yeah, I've gotten an autobiography before. I haven't made one, but I've bought one before of, well, technically 2 pieces of, since it's 2 books, but it's of Miyazaki, the guy that made, like, Spirited Away, Totoro, all those things. Yeah, autobiographies are not done by everybody. It's, but there are, like, autobiographies of presidents and, some of creators. Just various people that have decided to write about themselves. It's more of supplemental material for those interested in a certain subject or person. For me, it'd be going over just pretty much my entire life. Born in Kansas City, Missouri, moved to Florida, moved to Jacksonville, Chicago, Oregon, Ohio, Iowa, back to Ohio. There's where I'm at now. Hello, Dumbo, how are you doing today? You're joining us towards the tail end of working on the comic page here. And we were just discussing autobiographies. I have one of Miyazaki. It details his work from, well, pretty much all his work. He started out in the industry back in earlier decades, and then eventually helped to create Studio Ghibli, or Ghibli. I always say Ghibli. I remember one of the stories he tells in it is of a, when he was in animation in, I think, the early 80s, there was a older woman who would do, like, all the in-between frames, and, it's just this endless string of work to do, because it's like a never-ending stream of drawings. And, she would survive by just eating candy all day and all night, and drinking coffee to stay awake the entire time to get the work done. And after they were done, she just moved right on to the next project. That's how the animation industry was at that point in Japan. Just constant work. Oh, wow. That would be a very, very standout tattoo, I would imagine, Dumbo. I myself have never had any tattoos or piercings or anything. I'm usually too busy to even show interest in most things. It's just always work. Gotta work, gotta work. Gotta make stuff. What, you're breathing? You need to get back to work. You're sleeping? You need to get up and work. You're living, you need to work. I forget if Mom has a tattoo or not. I know both her and Dad have piercings, and my brother has a piercing. Or he had one. Not sure if he uses it anymore. I always have lived a very boring life, though. Just one of constant work. Yeah, that's the attitude you gotta have. Walk off the deadness. You gotta work. You get killed, walk it off. Yeah, Doko here is slamming his fist into the tiles of the floor of the arena. Yato. Yeah, it's, there's people that like things and people that don't. We all got our own things we do to ourselves. For me, I'd be okay with body modification if it were to help whatever is inside of me and get rid of that. I'd be all for that body modification. Yeah, I'm pretty sure humanity is going to get to a point where they are able to overcome aging. They feel like they're on the right path to it. It's just taking a lot longer than it should to sort out all the things like the genetic issues that should be fairly simple, I'd imagine, in an ideal setup, because of all the politics that people get distracted by and stuff. It keeps them from making as much progress as they should as quickly. By this point, we should be like deep into outer space and checking out various planets and all that, but we're just stuck here on this decaying world. Yeah, humanity is a species that has amazing potential. When push comes to shove, experience has shown that they can and will usually adapt and overcome their challenges. But for general society, it needs to be pushed to that point to warrant enough of the population getting on board with actually progressing into the change that benefits everything. A lot of people go on about how everything's doomed and it'll all end eventually, there's no hope, and that's silly. It's like, yeah, it's gonna be bad at parts, but as long as there's people, there is hope. There's still people walking around. They have brains in their heads. There will be people that change things. You just gotta be patient, you gotta wait. It happens eventually. Yeah, well, there's always talk of what people think the elite of society want versus. It's obviously impossible to know without being one of them yourself, but a lot of times from what I have seen. When I was younger, I would think that there was some big grand scheme behind a lot of the more powerful people on the planet. But viewing things as I've grown up more, it's like, there might be some of that, but by and large, these people are just idiots. They're like a bunch of grown-up kids just bickering and backering all over, like, whatever summit they're a part of. It's like, no. They don't have any brains to work with. At least not most of them. But yeah, if there is some, like, organized agenda at all, it's either so short-sighted that it's going to, like, kill half of them eventually, and they don't realize that, or it's like people that are using those people to further their own goals. And that's what I've come to the conclusion of. There's always people working behind the scenes, but a lot of the elite people are just like everyone else, just with more money, pretty much. You have a few geniuses here and there, but a lot of it is... I think the conspiracies overblow it a bit. There's obviously secret stuff that goes on, that's clear as day, but it's not as, I think, not as thought out and orchestrated overall as conspiracies tend to lead people to believe. Like, there's Area 51, yeah, that's something to, like, what is going on there, but for a lot of the stuff, it's like a bunch of people that get a lot of power and then join in on these things that are, like, popular. And they're just kind of along for the ride, it feels like. Yeah, but again, no way to really know everything without being there yourself. There's the Bilderbergers, which is the get-together that a lot of the higher-up people go to that nobody is allowed to know what goes on there. That's something to think about, but it's a very secret thing, and it's like one of the only big examples I can think of actually publicly suspicious. No clue of what happens there. Of course, if this were Invader Zim, though, it's like, yeah, all of the stuff that people wonder about would be true, and Dib and Zim would just be fighting their way through it, not even, like, all the stuff that actually matters would just be, like, getting tossed to the side as they battle each other and ruin everything. It's part of what I always liked about that show. It's like, yeah, there's ghosts and monsters and demons, but it all fades into, like, meaninglessness in the face of Zim and Dib's eternal, idiotic conflict. Let's switch this to another tune. What do we got here?
Teeth sensitivity is so
We have an ad that I don't want to listen to. Oh, we got the Mystic Ruins. I don't want that. But yeah, obviously, the elite of society versus would not want the common folk to be able to get to a greater position to, like, benefit themselves that would defeat their workforce and stuff. So, yeah, obviously they don't want the common folk getting, like, superpowers and all that. Mango's just preoccupied with other life stuff, probably. Yeah, it wouldn't be bad for her to stream. It'd definitely be something that her Discord would love to see, I'm sure. But if she's not feeling up to it, that is her own style. There have been points I've seen where people have been dormant for years before making a comeback. But, yeah, it's kinda just what she wants to do. By all means, feel free to mention that to her. That would be pretty awesome to see her doing that with, like, interaction with her viewers. I know that one of the people on there was wanting to, like, have everyone get together for, like, streaming getting together for one of those big group chats again, because I remember the other month that all happened with everyone just happened to be on at the same time, so everyone got into a chat together. I've thought before about getting people in my Discord together to play Mario Party together, but I don't have any way to do that. I just keep envisioning how everyone would play and stuff. I can't remember who exactly was wanting the group to get together in chat again, or in their little stream video chat again. It may have been keep wanting to say a name, but it's not somebody that's on that Discord. I don't think it was Blazry. Although they probably appreciate being part of that. It was someone, I think, that was playing a guitar. I think it was Cavity, maybe? Oh, it might have been Vic. But I want to say Cavity was talking about it too. Yeah, but if Mango streams, she'd need to like advertise it. It's not like whenever I do a stream, I don't just. Well, sometimes I just turn it on, and it's like, oh well, if someone shows up, they show up. But if I'm like actually putting like preparation into it, I will put the link after I've started the stream up on like Discord and Twitter, and that's where I think I get some people coming from sometimes. Otherwise, I gotta like wait for like people to see it in their subscriptions, and sometimes that's like hours before they see that, so. Well, I'm not sure who Cavity is, I just remember they had Cavity in their name versus... Let me see if I can go over to Discord and see what they say. Let's see. Is this going to freeze on me? Okay, it's not freezing yet. Frame. Okay, get rid of this. Let's search. Okay, now it's gonna freeze, so I can oh, okay. There it goes. Voice, maybe? Posted it in this channel. LMK voice chat. Voice. Okay, Cavity Lad. That's who was. I think they had the guitar in that session. They kept playing it. Oh yeah, there's a bit of stuff that Bucket Boy and Cavity Lad were saying. Oh, and then I posted a picture of Dragon Ball there. Oh, because they were going on about karate. Actually, I don't know if that's Candyman or not. That would make sense why they have the name Cavity Lad, though. Huh, yeah, I think that might be Candyman. Cause in my old message to Candyman, they have the same symbol as Cavity Lad, so I'm assuming they're the same guy. Yeah, they were having a bit of fun in that little chat session back then. Yeah, I think it was last month or 2 months ago that they were all gathered up there. And, I remember Mango, when she'd show herself, kept covering her face with, like, a mask or a, like, towel that she'd wrap around her face. Yeah, he always seems pretty... Candyman slash Cavity Lad always seems pretty sociable. Oh, that was a bit of a break from the stream here. Actually, hold on. Discord. Let's see here. Bucket Boy. Lazary. Okay. Yeah, I think Mango was just sort of teasing people with not doing a proper face reveal, was what she was up to there. So let's see here. Oh, now this is... Come on. Work. Don't die. No. Okay, there we go. This was treading on closing down. Yeah, if you look there, that's Cavity Lad. Right there. Now I will switch back over to my Discord, and then switch back over to the stream over here. There we go. Yeah, Mango feels to me like someone that has not fully become what they are going to on YouTube. That they're still getting to that point. They've got a lot of potential that they haven't quite gotten to the point of bursting out yet. Oh, well, what goes on in my Discord server is a few, number of different people, a lot of people on, like, DeviantArt and stuff that create things, and we all just kind of get together and hang out and all that. It's a nice little server. Some of the people that you see here on the chats of my streams are from there, like Masasa, Bowyer, Shadow the Cartoonist. They're all members there. The age group, I think, is a lot older at times than Mango's, but they're all people that I've come across throughout my time on the interwebs. Yeah, I guess if I switch back over for a second, I can show off the Discord a tiny bit. Haven't really ever shown it off much. I just mention it on these streams sometimes. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, this is just the general area where people babble about whatever. There's some art I posted. That's the when I was out at the storage unit earlier, closing things down. That looks out over part of Oakley. It used to be a train station, actually. Well, why'd I do that? Yeah, you can see some of the train stuff there. When I was younger, all these stores and stuff weren't there. It was more of a train area. Yeah, just people. Yeah, they're from Toen, and Handgun are from GameFAQs. Then this is where people post the art that they make. Have to be a bit careful around here, because there are times where Masasa puts up some things that probably would not be as suitable for YouTube. This is just random art that you like, that you come across, and plaster up on here. There's some videos Handgun put up of Junggi Kim drawing / inking one of their pieces. Shadow the Cartoonist putting up a Sonic animation. Oh, I guess we're on to another track over there. Then here's a part where it has like story ideas people post, and Balyer's been sharing a bit of his stuff. I've put a few of my things in here. And then here's like where the streams are advertised, like letting people know when I'm doing it. And this is where I put all the comic stuff when I get them finished. It's called Dreamscape. This is an old video game idea of mine. And just sort of make these little sections to go over various ideas I've had for different series over the years. Uh-oh. I think I killed the Discord. That was not what I meant to do. But yeah, that kind of gives you an idea of what the Discord is like if you wanted to see that. Versus... Oh, whoa. It's back. Okay, that works. Here's various things for my horror series that I came up with ideas for in high school that in the years since I've drawn up more stuff for. This is what I'd want it to play like. It'd be a side-scroller horror series. And I destroyed Discord again. Okay. Well, we got work to do anyway. So, that was a nice little break. We can get back to this now. Yeah, I named it the Warahi Edward, or the Edward Warahi Hangout Discord server, or something like that. It's just a little get-together for people. I am getting hungry. I made a mess up here. Yeah, that's not what I wanted. Get rid of that. Boom, boom. Yeah, we got Doko here looking up towards the claw after he smashes his fist into the floor. Doko is a very powerful character when he's fighting. He can suffer cartoony injuries, like getting hit with a rake and becoming flat as a board, a la Ed from Ed, Edd and Eddy. But in actual serious fights, he can get very destructive. I'm glad I'm What I was meaning to say is I'm glad I'm getting towards the end of doing these blacks here. Yeah, I've been told to eat before. Eventually, sometimes it does get to the point where people like Handgun or Shadow will encourage me to get off to eat. It's just that I gotta end the stream if I do that. And I will probably end the stream pretty quick here, because I am getting hungry. But I want to get these last blacks filled in on Doko here. The hero of the comic. Doko Rapilzo. Which my mom does not care for that name. And I don't think Dad cares for the last name of him. Dad does like Doko, though. The idiot hero. A complete moron that loves to help others. One of the things that creators, I think, don't care for being asked is, where do you get your ideas from? As it's, a lot of times, it's just, well, I thought them up. It's not something you really think about. For, Doko here, I could see a bit of Goku in him, in terms of naivety and, liking Asian food and eating and all that, and fighting and stuff. But there's various elements strewn throughout everything I make of things that have probably melded in my head over the years of things I've seen. I think one of the earliest things I was thinking of when making the initial concepts of the series, which was before I had, like, the actual story and stuff thought out, when it was just little tiny ideas in my head. Some things I was thinking of was, like, Jack and Daxter and Bionicle, I think. I think those were some of the earliest things that I was thinking of back in those, like, original concepts that I have not really found any sketches of in the years since then. Because Doko did look completely different in those very first drawings. Quickly after that, though, he became what you see in the comics. I am done with Doko. I got him done. I think I got all the blacks filled in. I still need to obviously go back over them and fill in the black lines that are the white lines that are left between the areas. Like, well, when I do that, you zoom into 200 so that you can make sure you're getting all the little particles of white. Yeah, my stomach's growling now. I will be getting off here momentarily. I just want to get started on this little cleanup process that I do over the next, like, hour, usually. Hour and a half. Sometimes 2 hours if it's, like, a lot of stuff. There we go, there we go. But I do thank you all for coming and watching and spending time here. Taking the time out of your day to listen to this crazy person ramble on about nothing while he doodles. And I guess before we go, I will show what the page will look like. So if we see Doko's all gray here in the lines, let's raise the opacity again. There we go, he's all blackened up. But let's zoom out and give one little look of what the page will look like when it's done. Raise the opacity, bring these words in, raise the opacity, and yeah, this is what it will be looking like. We've got Doko missing all his punches. Miss. Then the claw looks at him, jumps into the air, and Doko notices the feet, so he jumps too, and is about to punch down at him. The claw lands, spins out of the way as Doko gets closer, and Doko slams the fist into the ground as the claw whips back around. And yeah, that will be page 49. But for now, this is what I am leaving off on, I think. Ouch, stretching out. Body staying still for too long. Okay, really. Alright. This page will be up later tonight, probably. But until then, thanks for stopping by, and I will see you all later. Have a good night, everybody.